morning. Good, sir. How are you? All right. Good morning, everybody, ladies and gentlemen. Madam Clerk, I'm going to call this special call meeting to order.
Yes, sir.
It is now 11:06. And we have a quorum.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Direction, are we going?
I think we're going to turn it over to the administrator. Administrator Allen? This is regarding our vote regarding House Bill 581. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. 11:06. We're doing this first, right? In the special call, are we going to do the special call, or are we going to legal first? Let's go to legal. I think that's probably best. That'll give our colleagues more time to get here. Attorney Plunkett.
Mr. Mayor, we would request a motion to go into executive session, discuss pending and potential litigation, real estate, and personnel matters.
So moved.
There's a motion by Commissioner Rice, second by Commissioner Scott. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
Ms. Rice? Ms. Rice? That motion carries with Mr. Mason, Mr. Clark, Mr. Lewis, Mr. Garrett out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We now suspend it to executive. Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate your patience and I apologize for our delayed executive session. We will be starting. We'll be starting in just a few minutes. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate your patience. Madam Clerk, we're going to call this meeting back to order. Attorney Plunkett, Attorney Plunkett, the floor is yours, sir.
Mr. Mayor, we would request a motion to authorize you to execute the closed meeting affidavit.
There's a motion by Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice, second by Mayor Pro Tempore Wayne Guilfoyle. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
That motion carries with Mr. Mason out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Plunkett, are there any motions that are a result of our executive session?
There are. We would request a motion to settle the claims of Eddie Coleman in the amount of $6,093.69 for unpaid additional services.
Second.
It's a motion by Commissioner Wayne Guilfoyle, second by Commissioner Brandon Garrett. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
It's unanimous.
All right, Attorney Plunkett.
We'd also request a motion to settle the claims of Sarah Merriweather in the amount of $3,250.20 for unpaid additional services.
Second.
It's a motion by Commissioner Wayne Guilfoyle, second by Commissioner Don Clark. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
It's unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Plunkett, does that conclude your motions?
That does.
Thank you, Attorney Plunkett. Madam Clerk, this session is hereby adjourned.
Mr. Mayor,
I'm
we
sorry.
have one addendum item. The administrator is requesting consideration. You
Is
have
that
it?
House Bill 581?
No, sir. It's regarding the transit van
Okay.
that you all directed her to
Oh, I see
come
it.
back with.
You see it on my,
Yes,
Madam
sir.
Administrator, the floor is yours, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, members of the governing body, at our last meeting, we discussed we had Mr. Skuse here with some respective concerns as it relates to our transit. We've looked into what we could do to make sure that we alleviate those problems, not only for Mr. Skuse, but for everyone else that utilizes paratransit. So the transit department has looked at another vehicle that we can actually get and have here by the 10th of March, which is pretty good. Quick turnaround, and it will not cost the city any money because it will be paid through our federal appropriations. So we're asking to take care of this matter and to get better response time for our citizens that utilize our paratransit, that we proceed with getting this item approved.
All right, thank
For
you,
the
Madam
record,
Administrator.
Mr. Mayor, just for the record, ask the administrator to give the cost associated with this.
All right. The cost is $85,930.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. Commissioner Brandon Garrett, I see you in the queue, sir.
Yes, and I see here where it says local is 0.
Yes, sir.
All right. I'll make a motion to approve. Second.
All right, I think I heard Catherine Smith Rice first. She didn't have her mic on, so there's a motion by Commissioner Garrett, second by Commissioner Rice. See no colleagues in the queue. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
Yes, sir. It's unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Does that conclude our business in this session
Yes, sir.
before we adjourn? So I hereby,
No,
I'm sorry, Madam Administrator.
we have
Oh,
the House
discuss
bill.
House
Okay,
bill.
House Bill, I'm sorry. All right. Now we're at House Bill
All
581.
right. Discuss and approve path forward for House Bill 581, floating homestead tax exemption.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Administrator, the floor is yours.
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, members of the governing
I
body,
see
as
that.
you all know, the governing body is tasked with deciding how it would like to proceed regarding House Bill 581. That decision has to be rendered by March 1st. So today, we will look at some alternatives, which we were tasked with. I want to thank our chief appraiser, Scott Roundtree, who did a phenomenal job in coming up with these various options for us to even consider before that decision is made, as well as our interim finance director, and our assistant administrator. They have done an awesome job in pulling some of this information together, as well as speaking with our actual lobbyist, Marcy Rubinson, who has provided some information as well. So, as we have continued discussing whether to opt in or opt out of House Bill 581, you asked us to look at these alternatives. Before we get started, I do want to mention that House Bill 92, and many of you may have heard about House Bill 92, is currently being considered by our Georgia Assembly. And we would extend which would extend the deadline for us to be able to opt out until March 31st, 2025. Unfortunately, that has not passed yet. It may not be in effect until after this decision has to be made. So even though they're discussing House Bill 92, we do not know what action will have to be made or what's going to be made as it relates to House Bill 92. Also, the final bill may include a provision, of course, that will allow our counties to opt out and who have gone through the opt-out process every year. With all that in mind, I just want us to look at the various options that we have, keeping in mind, as it stands right now, we still have to render a decision by March 1st as it relates to whether or not we're going to opt in or opt out. So let's just go over House Bill 581 again. It would apply to all homestead properties. The amount of exemption floats each year to match the consumer price index. It actually allows for possibility of the floss. We've talked about that will actually shift the property tax to our sales tax. Now, just to make it easier to compare the different options, when we look at House Bill 581, float, keep in mind the word float, the exemption each year to match the consumer price index is, and if the CPI is currently 3%, homestead property valuations will be capped at that 3%. A special provision of the law that is the option implement the floss will have to be approved by our citizens. So if we do stay in with currently House Bill 581, we have the opportunity to have our citizens vote on a floss, which is the floating local option sales tax. That has to be voted on every 5 years. So we'll be really dependent upon what the citizens feel they would like to do as it relates to that additional tax. As we had previously discussed, opting in to House Bill 581 will benefit our homestead property owners. But again, it will shift some of the tax burden onto non-homestead properties, which include our commercial properties, our multifamily complexes, our rental housing, industrial facilities. The revenue to the county, of course, will be the same. So the rollback millage rate will have to increase slightly so that we can bring in the same amount of revenues to operate this government. So let's look at some of these alternatives. We have the homestead exemption that we could try to implement locally if you decide to opt out of House Bill 581. You have the valuation freeze, and we'll talk about each of these. Your floating exemption only for certain groups, like maybe your seniors or low-income homeowners, or a floating exemption using the housing price index instead of the CPI. So I'll go over each of these, and at the end, I'll show you the numbers so you can actually look and do a comparison. But to implement any of them, however, we would need to make sure that we have, say for instance, you want to opt out, and you determine that you want to do one of the three that I'll be presenting. We will have to have that information voted on by this governing body and to them by March 24th. Anything that we do still has to go before the General Assembly, and it will not take place until 2026. And it has to be, of course, a referendum that our Richmond County voters have to take. Please keep in mind that what I'm showing you today are just possible concepts. And if you decide to opt out and want to pursue any of them, we definitely would have to have more conversation to flesh everything out. All right, valuation freeze. This is what we see in some of the long-standing programs like you see in Chatham County and I think they call it the Stevens exemption or the Stevens Day, and Columbus. This approach would freeze valuations at the year it is implemented. So if it were implemented in 2026, homestead property valuations would be frozen perpetually at the 2026 level. Since this exemption would apply to all homestead, it may allow us to have the option for a floating local option sales tax. Compared to House Bill 581, this type of exemption is a stronger benefit for homeowners. Since there is not even the inflationary increase, they will save more on taxes. But the effect we see with House Bill 581 of shifting the tax burden to non-homestead properties is even more severe. So right now, where we have the homeowners with 581 here and the commercial and non-homestead exemptions here, it makes it a more increase into the outside the non-exempt. So with this effect and seeing that shifting of the tax burden to non-homestead properties is even, like we said, more severe. It would also create bigger increases to our rollback millage rate, which would put pressure on our millage cap in the future. So this definitely could affect the millage cap, because the millage will have to increase to make sure that the city still brings in the necessary funds to operate. The next option we have is the floating exemption for seniors or low-income homesteads only. If you are most concerned about a specific group of homeowners, we could look at creating a more targeted floating homestead. The float would work the same way as House Bill 581, but you can limit it to just seniors, homestead owners under a certain income level or anything of the sort. That would be up to you to determine what you would like to include in that. Since it would not apply to all homesteads, this kind of exemption would definitely not qualify for the floating local option sales tax. Compared to House Bill 581, this exemption would obviously benefit fewer homesteads since it's limited to a specific group. That means there would be a smaller tax shift to non-homesteads and a smaller impact on the millage rate. Then you have the floating exemption with HPI. This approach will work the same way as House Bill 581, but it will use a different inflationary index, the housing price index, instead of the consumer price index. The HPI measures change in house values only, instead of general consumer goods, like the CPI does. The effect would be that the homes that are increasing in price faster than others would benefit. Since the exemption would apply to all homesteads, it may allow us to have the option for a floating local option sales tax. Compared to House Bill 581, this exemption would benefit somewhat fewer homesteads, and it would provide a higher cap on increases. Again, correspondingly, it would be a smaller tax shift to non-homesteads and would have less impact on the millage rate. So let's look at the various impacts. This slide actually puts numbers into the different scenarios that I've discussed. It is very difficult to predict what is going to happen to the values in the future. So what our chief appraiser, Mr. Roundtree, has done was put together these examples using our historical data. And if we implemented this House bill and these other examples that I provided in 2021, what would be the respective impact after the 4 years? As you can see on the first line, the House Bill 581 floating exemption would have resulted in lower taxes for about 76% of our homesteads. It would have required an increase of 0.507 to the rollback millage, and in 2024, it would have shifted about 7% of the total tax burden from those homesteads to everyone else. You can see how the other options we discussed would compare. The valuation freeze would have been the most impact for homeowners, but it would also shift more than 10% of the tax burden to the other properties. The float just for seniors would have benefited a much smaller group of homesteads,
about 38%. And using the housing price index would have benefited about half of the homesteads, but provided a smaller amount of savings, since they are more limited. But those options would result in much less shift of our tax burden. So, these are the respective alternatives that our chief appraiser has so diligently worked to provide us. As you consider all of these options, my recommendation is that you, as the governing body, determine what your priority would be. If it is providing relief to homesteads, the cleanest approach is probably to opt in to House Bill 581, since that's already in place. And anything else that you have to present to the General Assembly, and it has to go before a referendum. If you are most concerned about equity of all taxpayers, then opting out might be the right approach, because nothing changes. And if you are most concerned about seniors or any other group that you want to concentrate on, you could look at opting out and then trying to implement a local floating exemption. I know I brought a lot of information, but with all of that, I'll open it up for any questions and/or discussion.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. Thank you and your team for putting these scenarios together and doing this work. There are some questions from the governing body, and I'm opening up with the Mayor Pro Tempore Commissioner from the 10th, Wayne Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Administrator Allen, thank you for you and your team. There has been a lot of discussion with some of us commissioners trying to find ways and avenues how we could actually, my concern is that the state has implemented this on every community, every town, city in the state of Georgia. At that point, when they did that, you become reliant on the state again. No different than the TIA. If you didn't jump into TIA, but actually the cities who did not jump on the bandwagon of the TIA actually come out pretty good when they did not opt in, and then they finally was able to opt in and got better results. But it would be nice to find a way if we could do some controlling. I threw everything at Tax Assessor Scott Roundtree, as well as Tim Schrader, Finance, of these different scenarios, putting freezes in. Let's do our own floating homestead like the bigger towns around Atlanta. But one thing that gave me a clear understanding about these other towns is they already had a floating homestead in place. Where we actually have a homestead, our homestead ain't going nowhere. It's, it is what it is. We actually $3,000 more than what the state allows. Well, $5,000 homestead exemption. We even looked at increasing that. So every scenario that could be ran was run. But my challenge is that it only helps everybody thinks it helps every homestead homeowner, including myself, but it don't. And that's the challenge that we have to face as a body. It's not a one-size-fit-all program that the state's forcing down everybody's throat. And believe me, I've been on the internet 3 o'clock in the morning till 7, until where I got ready for work, Googling how other cities are overcoming this. I cannot find another city besides these small cities like Pooler, Louisville, that's opted in that didn't already have a homestead in place. That was the reason why they opted in. And so my challenge is no different than everybody behind this dais. Everybody thinks it was simple as hitting a button, yes or no, or not hitting the button at all in November. Mine was pretty simple because I hit the no because there was too many unanswered questions. And to this day, every day I've been speaking with Commissioner Don Clark. I said, all right, we got this figured out. And then we talk to somebody else, and I have to call them back and go, we back at the square one drawing board. So my reservations is if we could come up with a plan, other cities are coming up with their own plans of trying to duplicate what the state is offering without being under the control of the state, because my challenge is from here, there's no deadline. It'll stay active as long as Augusta's a city in the hands of a state that's liable to change. And we'll be at the mercy of the state. If we stepped into a recession, we're going to have to increase everybody's taxes. If we introduce this House Bill 581, if we lock everybody's their house assessed value, we're going to have to keep the millage the same. Now, come next year, if we keep the millage the same and don't do a rollback, that's called a tax increase. I know we got some proponents of the House Bill 581 here, and we see them on the internet quite often, but it's the same ones. But if they would have dug into it like we have, this here's a double-edged sword, and I've used that term way back in the beginning because it'll cut both ways. So we try to help out the few, but it hurts the many. You look at every buddy that don't have a homestead, every business, every people that has two houses or rent out houses. A lot of people rent their houses. So I'm going to open the table up, but I just want to let everybody know if we adopt this House Bill 581, it doesn't say that the taxes will not go up. It will, because this government's going to need X amount of money, $206 million for the general fund to continue to operate. It's not a, pie in the sky dream House bill. Is if we were a city that we were building 300 to 400 houses a year, that would be great. But we're not. We barely break 100 houses a year, and that's scary. Now, if we were in Aiken, Columbia County, that's different. Or in Atlanta. But we don't have the same gifts like other communities. And plus, with this flossed, other communities, we're the only community in the state of Georgia that has 8.5% tax. So we only go up to 9%. So that only leaves us a half a penny. And so we would be capped by that half a penny. We might not see it 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 15 years. But it's going to show its a little ugly head saying we outspent that half a cent that we've been collecting. So that's some of the challenges that we face behind this dais. Some people, just either way, we're going to have to take a vote today, but I'm just putting my comments out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Guilfoyle. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 8th, Commissioner Brandon Garrett. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. Question is for the administrator, if that's okay. Looking at your mill increases compared to the homesteads with tax decreases, do you have what the millage percentage of the tax decrease for those homesteads would be? I'm just trying to see if that's an actual offset.
So, no, I do not. And most of these, of course, are respectively our estimates
Right.
that we use.
So I'm just trying to see if, even with the House Bill 581, the 23,000 homesteads with a tax increase, how much of a tax decrease would that be if you were to have that in a millage rate? Like, would it be 0.508% decrease, or? I'm just seeing if it's...
Yeah, we'll have to do the calculations to get that, and we'll work on that. I'll go ahead and get him to try to work on that now.
Okay.
Okay?
Thanks.
All right.
Mind too, we do have a millage cap. We're probably one of the only communities that have a cap on our millage rate.
Thank you, Commissioner Garrett. Commissioner Clark, you dropped out of the queue.
Actually,
Mr. Roundtree, is there something you'd like to add?
So to Commissioner Garrett's question, the savings is at an individual level, not at a millage rate level. So the individual savings would be based on whatever the cap that is that's chosen, whether it's a freeze or the CPI or the HPI. However much value in your home you have that's above that threshold would be your individual savings. So it could be $1, it could be $1,000. It's going to be based on the individual, and you couldn't determine that as a county-wide savings.
Thank you, Mr. Roundtree. Chair recognizes Commissioner Don Clark from the 5th.
Madam Administrator, first of all, thank you to you and the staff. Mr. Roundtree, Mr. Schreier, I want everyone to understand something. This is, it's not a simple decision. I think each of us have had conversations with the state levels, with our community partners in surrounding areas and outside. This wasn't a great bill that was drafted and put in front of us, which was obvious in the reason that they put that statement at the bottom that said communities have the opportunity to opt in or out. I'm going to, go with my colleague from the 10th. I would feel a heck of a lot more confident in whatever we do with us having control at a local level, but still prioritizing any level of relief we can give to our homeowners that are receiving the homestead. It's not a simple decision, folks. I know on the outside looking in, it's like, hey, we voted for it. But again, if I whittled down these numbers of the 62% that voted for it and said, how many of you all really truly understood what you were voting, you'd probably be in just as much of a situation as the leadership up here on the governing body. And that's not to take shots at anybody, but it's just to say it was not a very make sense, straightforward piece of legislation that was thrust upon us. I'll add additional clarity with the fact that HB 581, which was legislated last year, now HB 92, they're changing some of the language. They're changing the deadlines. They're adding additional aspects into this. If it was that straightforward and easy, I think it would be we wouldn't even be at this point where we're at now. But it's not at the state level or even at the local level. And at the end of the day, each of us took the oath to ensure that we're safeguarding the best interests of our community as a whole. And we're up against the decision of ensuring that we make that right decision for Augusta, Richmond County. I can't speak for all the other agencies and counties around us, but we have to make the best decision for our situation. So that's what we're up against, and that's what we're discussing, and that's why it's been a back and forth. I know a lot of folks are saying, oh, they're just kicking the can down the road. Listen, folks, this is not an easy situation to make, period. But we're going to make the most informed decision. And the thing about it, we may make a mistake in this. But at the end of the day, whatever decision we make, if we stay opted in, that decision is permanent. There is no, hey, we realize further down the road that this doesn't work for us and we want to opt out. We're stuck with that decision. As opposed to if we create a local option that mirrors or has similarities to this, that still prioritizes benefiting some level of relief for the homeowners and the homesteaders that are looking to receive it, but still maintain local control. To me, I can't get away from that option being the better option for us. I'm just one of 11, but I just think whatever we do, we have to be in control of our own destiny as opposed to putting it in the hands of someone else, in this case being the state. I yield, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Commissioner Mayor Pro Tempore from the 10th, the floor is yours.
Thank you again, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Commissioner Clark. If it, like you said, if it was easy, every city, every municipality would be opting in. But then again, if you do the search, I've only found 2, maybe 3. Can I ask the administrator something?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor? I don't know if you could answer this. This might be something for Tax Assessor Scott Roundtree to mirror what the House Bill 581 to we as Augusta Richmond County could be in control. If we put it on a referendum to see if the state will actually adopt to let us do our own House bill to mirror what they are offering and let us apply for our own floss, that means we in control. Can we, and that's not kicking the can before people say we kicking the can down the road, we're not. We're actually looking out for the citizens and the business people here in Augusta, Richmond County. You'll find out after today or after this week. Pay attention to the news. You're going to find a lot of people that's looking for the same resolution, what we trying to come up with now. So, Madam Administrator, I don't know if this is a question that you could answer, if we could actually come up with something, or for the attorney, Mr. Plunkett, how can we come up with a plan in order to mimic what this House Bill 581 and put it before the state or legislative body for them to approve? And what's the deadline for us to have that done by?
Well, the deadline is, the first that the clerk has to send. If we opt out, we have to have that. We could certainly work today and tomorrow to try to come up with something as a workable solution for y'all. Scott has a lot of work already been done, and be happy to do that. We would have to have a special called meeting to during the week to take care of that, but we could certainly put all the efforts, the law department and the tax assessor, I would think, on this today and tomorrow.
But as far as you put it in the legislative hands,
we could
if we come up with a referendum or bill,
we could get a draft of something to Marcy. I can't pronounce Marcy's last name, but I think y'all know who I'm referring to. Our lobbyist in Atlanta, have something to her tomorrow midday, probably, for her to review.
right?
And then get her feedback, and she could give us some guidance on whether or not she thinks it's something that would, in fact, the delegation would move forward or not. Those are, unfortunately, we have basically 3 days to do something, so that's difficult, but we could try to do it quickly. But you could probably get feedback from Marcy by tomorrow afternoon.
And one other question. Would you be kind enough to ask this young lady, if the lobbyist, when can we apply for the FLOST? If we able to push this through to the House and they approve it, we could automatically have our FLOST in place?
Yeah, you would obviously have to have, and Mr. Roundtree may be more familiar than I, but basically, once you have a floating homestead exemption in place, then you're eligible to call for the referendum. That takes somewhere between 90 and 120 days, depending on the year, because of, governor years and things like that. But once it's in place, so you would have to get through the legislature, the governor would have to, I don't know if the governor would have to approve it or not. I think you would, but I would have to check with Marcy. So you're looking at probably mid-year next year for the FLOST, I would guess. Because if this was a referendum to be approved by the voters, to have your own, situation, you would be able to do that probably November of this year, and then you would sometime middle of next year be able to have your FLOST vote. I can get you a calendar. I'm just trying to think about the dates and things of that nature.
Thank you, Mr. Plunkett. Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
If Attorney Plunkett was talking about sending this letter and trying to get a response back from the lobbyists, I would hate to be premature and take a vote today. I'd rather make sure whatever we vote on, and we're going to be for sure about. So,
I think the administrator, maybe Scott Roundtree, has some information regarding the process if we were to opt out in the calendar to get something to our legislative body. Do you have?
Yes, we would have to have that information to Marcy. She's given us the deadline of March 24th. So we'd have to have that. But unfortunately, that's after you have to render your decision. And it still has to go before a referendum to the citizens of Augusta, Richmond County.
So essentially, if we were to opt out, if we wanted to mirror something very similar to House Bill 581, we have until March 24th to get that to Marcy, perhaps to our local legislative delegation to be introduced, to be passed by the Georgia
General Assembly. Yes, sir.
And then we would have to have another referendum, as I understand, in November for the voters to vote again on a local version of House Bill 581.
That's correct.
follow-up question, sir?
Yes, sir.
So if we opted out and we pursued moving forward with the House bill, and it fails in Atlanta, we could always opt back into 581 at any given time.
No, sir. You have, based on how it's currently written, you have just this one opportunity. Now, keep in mind, even if you opt out, your local delegation could opt you back in.
Okay.
Because it's a local bill.
Okay.
All right, Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 2nd, Stacy Pulliam.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Administrator Allen, thank you so much for your presentation. You, as well as Mr. Roundtree, coming up to give a further explanation. My question is somewhat of a piggyback from my colleague in the 10th. Are there any benefits that are exclusive to HB 581 that we would be losing out on by opting out and crafting our own homestead exemption?
No, no, ma'am. It wouldn't be anything that you would, the taxpayers that qualify for the homestead would, of course, lose out until that other one is approved. If you're going to do something that's going to be, locally done, that's going to, that's going to kind of model what House Bill 581, that will start in 2026, of course, because it has to go through the process of getting the General Assembly to approve it, and then for the next referendum for the citizens.
Okay. And so that's what I mean. I should have said Augusta, Richmond County as a whole, not just the tax benefits for the city, but also our citizens. Are there any benefits to HB 581 that we are not able to take advantage of in creating our own homestead exemption?
No, ma'am.
So if we created our own, we could mimic, copy HB 581, plus add our own language to that.
Yes,
somewhat.
you could, but keep in mind the cap, the millage rate cap that we currently have in place as well. So it may affect some of the recommendations that may come before us.
When you say may affect it,
Depending on what you want to add outside of House Bill 581 specifications, it could require the millage rate to increase to a point where it surpasses the respective cap that's in place.
could we not address that?
The cap was something that was voted on, I think, back in 1979. Longer than that, that the citizens actually put in place. So it would have to go back as a referendum to remove that cap.
Okay, but we could in fact address it. It would just have to go back to the citizens.
As it relates to the cap, yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right. Chair recognizes Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice. You have the floor, madam.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just so I can hear this one more time, Madam Administrator Administrator Allen, if we were to opt in, we can't, that's it?
That's
Making
it.
sure
At
everybody
this time.
hears this. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
At this time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's what I wanted to make sure I heard correctly.
Thank you, Commissioner Rice. Commissioner Clark from the 5th.
Madam Administrator, clarify again for the greater public and maybe even for all of us as well. Your current exemptions that you're receiving for homestead, are those impacted either way in what decision that we make today?
No, sir. Those are not impacted.
All right, so anybody who's receiving, whether it's the military impact, homestead exemption, the senior homestead exemption, whatever homestead exemption we have in play, either one of these decisions, whether it's HB 581 or if we create a local option, does not impact your current existing homestead exemptions.
That is correct.
Okay, so this would be an in addition to situation, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to opt out with the understanding that we will be generating and creating a local option.
Second.
Commissioner Clark, a local option, can you clarify a local option to House Bill 581? that provides the same protections.
Correct, yep. So let's opting out with the understanding that we will create a local version that will be controlled by the local body, but also that provides provisions mentioned in the current state mandated bill, which is HB 581.
All right. There's a motion, and I heard a second by Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice. Madam Clerk, we have a motion and a second. I don't see any other colleagues in the queue. We've been talking about this. Time to vote, Madam Clerk.
That motion carries 8-2, with Mr. Johnson voting no, Mr. Lewis voting no.
Madam Clerk, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the public, this is, it was a tough vote today, but I assure you that this governing body has the intent of making sure that we protect all taxpayers in Augusta, Richmond County, especially those that have homesteaded properties. And we're going to work through a local version that gives us control in Augusta that provides the same protections. So thank you guys for being here. Attorney Plunkett.
Mr. Mayor, just out of, either we could re-vote on this issue, but we also just need authority for you to execute a resolution that's appropriate toward the opt-out. I probably should have called that when you were making the motion. I apologize.
Commissioner Clark.
So, Ms. Bonner, do we need to vote again, including that language in there?
Well, let's just add to the
Add it in
agenda
addition.
the resolution without objection. We do it that way, and then the mayor could take a motion.
You got it. So adding the resolution without objection from this body. Are there any objections to adding the legal counsel's request to do a resolution? Hearing or seeing none, Madam Clerk, it's approved. All right.
Yeah.
Madam Clerk,
Well, we need to take a motion to, you have it? Yeah, to approve it.
to approve the resolution. All right,
Now.
Attorney Plunkett.
We would request a motion to authorize the mayor to execute a resolution for Richmond County or Augusta, Georgia, to opt out of the homestead exemption pursuant to OCGA 48544.2.
All right, there. Is there a motion?
It was a motion to authorize the mayor to execute a resolution.
All right. We have
Ms. Scott.
Commissioner Scott and Commissioner Clark. Madam Clerk, let's vote.
That motion carries 8-2, with Mr. Johnson voting no, Mr. Lewis voting no.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, Attorney Plunkett, does that conclude this special call session in our business before we turn over to committees?
As far as I'm concerned, yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Madam Clerk, all right?
Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for being here. I'm going to adjourn this session, but I would ask for just a few minutes, as I have a colleague that's asked for a personal point of privilege, so just give him some time. The chair recognizes Commissioner Brandon Garrett.
Thank you, Mayor. It's good to be back and to do hard work again with all of you. First of all, I want to say it's good to be back with all of you. I want to express to everyone up here the thankfulness that I have for the work that you were able to accomplish in my absence. Augusta is a wonderful place, and I look forward to completing my term as God wills and serving the citizens of my district. As I begin, I want to read to you a passage from 1 John that's been helpful to me recently. God is light, and in him there is no darkness at all. If we say we have fellowship with him while we walk in darkness, we lie and we do not practice the truth. But if we walk in the light and he is in the light, we have fellowship with one another, and the blood of Jesus, his son, cleanses us from all sin. If we say we have no sin, we deceive ourselves, and the truth is not in us. If we confess our sins, he is faithful and just to forgive our sins and to cleanse us all from all unrighteousness. If we say we've not sinned, we make him a liar, and his word is not in us. A few months ago, I stepped away due to spiritual and mental health concerns. These issues resulted from sin in my life, which caused much hurt and turmoil in my marriage and in my family. We decided as a family to step away and to seek God together, as we believed that he was the only way that our marriage and family could be healed. As a family, we spent the last 4 months in a remote faith-based residential counseling center in the wilderness of upstate New York. There, I learned how my sins not only affect every aspect of my relationships with my family and the world around us, but much more importantly, with God. I also learned that forgiveness is the most precious and merciful gift that God gives us so that we may be in union with him. As I repented and worked through my struggles with past and present sins with my wife and family, I was made aware again and again that my sins are fully forgiven by God through the work that was accomplished on the cross. The freedom that I experience each day through this realization gives me joy and results in thanksgiving. Thank you all for giving us the time to seek God and to seek his will for our lives. This path has been difficult at times, yet full of life as only he can provide. I was also made aware through counseling and the work of the Holy Spirit in my heart of how my sins of pride and arrogance towards you all have affected relationships on this body and within this government. I ask each one of you to please forgive any of my words or actions that have lacked humility in the heart of Christ. I also want to extend the same forgiveness that has been freely given to me through Christ to all of you for any past conflicts or controversies. I love you as my neighbors, and I hope that our love for one another will grow into greater works for this city that we all love so dearly. As we remind in 1 Peter, above all, keep loving one another earnestly, since love covers a multitude of sins. While I was away, something continually came to mind in my quiet times of prayer and thinking about Augusta. The main thing that seems to hold us back as a loving community and growing as a unified city is lack of forgiveness. We seem to be stuck in a cycle of constantly looking back at past wrongs and injustices and allowing that pain, fear, and even anger to shape the decisions that we make in the present. I want to encourage us all to seek forgiveness and mercifully grant it to each other. Put aside all bitterness and contempt towards one another, and let's move forward together. I pray that the Lord will grant Augusta a blessed future and that he will be glorified in her. Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Garrett, thank you for those words, and we've been praying for you and your family. We're glad to have you back. Thank you for being here today. Madam Clerk, I just got one more announcement before we turn it over. Tomorrow is Greater Augusta Day at the Georgia Capitol. For those of you that are watching the stream or in the audience, come to Atlanta while we celebrate Augusta. If you can make it, we'd love to have you. Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. This meeting is hereby adjourned and turned now over to Public Services.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call Public Services to order. Madam Clerk, are there any additions or deletions to the agenda? Okay, with that being said, if my colleagues are good, I'm on consent items number 1, 2, and 4. Okay. I'll give everybody a minute. Madam Clerk, consented, I'm sorry.
You need a
1, 2,
motion,
4.
ma'am. I'm waiting
on a motion.
Motion, yes, ma'am.
Got a motion, do we have, got a motion, a second? Voting.
It's unanimous.
Okay. Let's see, item number 3.
Item 3, discussion regarding underutilized parks, requested by Mayor Pro Tem Gilfoyle.
All right, I've been waiting for this one, Mayor Pro Tem.
Madam Chair, can I table this until the end of this agenda item? We actually got, I'd like to hear about item number 5 in the gentleman, Mr. Skuse. But number 6, I'll be happy to table mine until they actually get their public work done. Thank you.
Okay. Madam Clerk, can we put that one to the end?
Okay, we proceed to item 5.
Correct.
Item 5 is to receive a report from administration regarding a request from Dr. Troy W. Akers relative to an opportunity for a new tennis and pickleball facility in Augusta.
Yes, so we met with Dr. Akers and Dr. Kuhn regarding their respective proposal for this item. We had to go through the unsolicited proposal process with our procurement department. We gave that information at that respective meeting, and Dr. Akers and his business partner now know how to move forward with this item. Dr. Akers is here if you would have any questions for him, but he understands the respective process.
Okay. Do we want to hear from Dr. Akers? Does anybody want to hear from Dr. Akers?
I would advise, since we're going through the unsolicited proposal process, that we let that process close out prior to hearing anything from him as it relates to the proposal.
Okay, so we'll receive this as information.
Without objection, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, without objection. All right.
Item number 6, receive a report from administration regarding Mr. Richard Skuse, request relative to an ADA paratransit.
I will provide that update. I had a meeting with our transit department in regards to Mr. Scuse's concerns, as well as everyone else that was going through the same situation with our paratransit. I met with our manager of the contracted company that we utilize for the actual bus operations. Mr. Mack, as well as Ms. Daughtery are both here today. One of the things that you guys have already approved was the addition of the vehicle. That was one of the concerns. We also have 2 other vehicles that are being processed to add to that actual group, so that we should have enough vehicles. We also had a discussion as it relates to making sure we had enough personnel to drive those vehicles. I think Mr. Mack and his company understands that as well. We understand from transit that Mr. Skuse has been riding the actual paratransit and has not had any concerns since that day. So I think we've put everything in order to make sure that our citizens have what they need as it relates to paratransit.
Okay. Thank you, Administrator Allen. And that's going to be also be received as information without objection. Okay, I guess that takes us back to item number 3.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Madam Chair, I've got a few people to address in the queue. That District 5, Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not on this committee, but Madam Administrator, I know since this was brought to us from a constituent who had some pretty, defined and specific requests for support. Can we ensure that Ms. Daughtery and team kind of monitor and give us a recap of services as we kind of move forward? Just kind of continue monitoring, provide us of any feedback or levels of issues so that we can kind of stay in front of it, as opposed to waiting for another constituent to let us know that there's an issue. Is there a way that we can kind of get a feedback mechanism or something in place to ensure that it's monitored appropriately?
Yes, sir. I think Ms. Daughtery probably could address this better. I think they do have something in place now that the constituents can respond as it relates to the service. However, I think this was one of the few that she received from Mr. Skuse.
Okay. Yeah, I know this is to me, you know, we got to protect those that are in the situation like the, and I forgot the gentleman's name,
Mr. Skuse.
Mr. Skuse, who came before us.
Yes, sir.
But I just want to make sure that everyone understands, whether they brought it to our attention or not, that it's an important issue for us to monitor, maintain, and ensure that we address.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Afternoon.
Mr. Mayor. Yes, we have a mechanism in place that we can monitor those issues that come before us. The administrator had already asked me just yesterday, did we have any new issues? Thus far, I have not been made aware of any new issues. I do know that Mr. Skuse is being taken care of, and I do know that Mr. Mack is taking care of getting the employees in place. And we, on my side, are taking care of getting the vehicles in place. We do have a monitoring system that I can monitor on a daily basis to see what is happening. And if anybody has any issues, they also report to 311, and that report comes through to me and Mr. Mack so that we can address those issues.
Okay, Madam Chair, can I respond back?
Yes, sir, you
Thank
may.
you. So the feedback mechanism for constituents that have concerns or questions about service is through 311?
Yes,
And then
sir.
those are routed directly to you all.
Yes.
Did Mr. Skuse utilize 311 when he made his initial change or challenge of issue? And if not, how was that kind of brought to you as opposed to him coming before the body?
The excuse, that came through 311.
So it did. So it came through 311, and then we brought him to the commission to make, how did it work? I'm just trying to understand. I'm not questioning. I'm just trying to
No.
understand.
Now, Mr. Skuse decided himself to come to the commission to have
Okay.
that discussion with you all.
Okay.
Sometimes when we get complaints, what have you, through 311, if they are not pleased with the way it was addressed, what have you, or sometimes conversations with others have been said, well, take it to the commission. And so they come and they talk to you. It's not that I'm not trying to help or the contractor's not trying to help solve whatever issue it may be, but sometimes it is felt that maybe if they came and spoke with you all, then it would be better.
Okay, yeah, I just want us to make sure that we, you know, and I know you all prioritize the concerns of all of our riders.
Yes.
Whether it's, you know, the regular buses or the paratransit, but please, and whether it's, I don't know if it's hang up with 311 or what, as far as, is there free-flowing transition of those requests? She's like, Okay, all right. I just want to make sure that we're addressing it. Because again, he was in a pretty vulnerable position.
Yes.
And I would hate for us to have folks that are in equally vulnerable positions out there that have not or don't know the methods to kind of bring up their issues or concerns. But more importantly, that we're not really addressing them proactively and directly with a great sense of compassion and professionalism.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stottery. Okay, I'm going to go to Mayor Pro Tem Guilfoyle.
We're going to get that shotgun.
Mr. Guilfoyle discussed regarding underutilized parks.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Madam Chair, may I proceed?
Yes, you may.
Can I have the Director Williams at the podium?
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Guilfoyle,
Yes, ma'am.
could I just?
Oh, absolutely.
I've had discussion with Ms. Williams as well as Mr. Jackson and ISM in regards to, you know, this governing body hired ISM to review the respective parks that the city owns and to come back with an assessment on the status of those parks and do an inventory of everything that we currently have. We have been in discussion that we would like to present this at the first committee meeting after the Masters, which is April 29th, so that we can bring you a comprehensive report to what they could identify some of the respective facilities and where they actually stand today.
I'd be willing to wait till April. That's what you want to do, is just
Yes,
push it
sir.
off till April?
Yes, if we could do it the first committee meeting after the Masters, which I think is April 29th, Ms. Bonner.
I'm not on that committee, but Madam Clerk, you'd be kind enough to handle that?
Well, can we get a committee member to make the motion to defer this to the April 29th committee meeting?
Make
You
a
do
motion
that.
to defer to the April 29th committee meeting, please.
Thank you. Mr. Lewis and Ms. Slindak. Okay.
Okay. All right. Yes, I definitely have discussions on this, on these parks that we don't use. So look forward to that discussion on April 29th, and we can go ahead and vote.
Yes,
Ms.
ma'am.
Bonner? Okay.
It's unanimous.
Okay, Ms. Bonner, that concludes public services, and I just want to say, real quick, that I'm very happy that Commissioner Garrett is back. We've missed you. Thank you.
Ready, Ms. Bonner?
Yes, sir.
Are there any additions or deletions to this agenda?
No, sir.
I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
All righty. Well, committee members, it is good to be here. Hope you all are ready to get started. If there are no objections, I would like to consent items 1, 2.
Question.
Which one?
On 2.
All right. It's a question on 2.
I
So,
have questions on 2.
yep. So, 3, 5, and 6.
So moved.
Second.
You need to make the motion.
Ms. Lindak is making the motion. Okay. You going to second,
Yes,
Mr.
I
Chair?
make a motion to consent.
I'll
1,
second.
3, 5, and 6.
Ms. Bonner, I am on that committee.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh,
Ms. Lindak second my motion.
Okay, all right then.
Well, let's vote.
Okay.
Mr. Clark.
Ms. Clark.
Thanks, sir.
It's unanimous.
Thank you. All right, top to bottom, ma'am.
All right. Item number 4, Mr. Lawrence Brennan, regarding commission approval of persons with criminal histories.
No, number 2.
2. Oh, okay, yes, Mr. Lewis had questions, sorry. Motion to approve utilizing the state contract for the purchase of one Chevrolet Tahoe at a total cost of $62,821 from Hardy Chevrolet for the Richmond County District Attorney's Office.
Commissioner Guilfoyle, I believe you had a question on this?
Yeah, I did, and I was looking at the supporting documents, and because my question was going to be, the DA had came before us asking for more money so that he could increase the salaries and get new attorneys into his office to make, to fill the requirements to get people out of jail. And I was trying to figure out how we could spend another $63,000, but I just looked, it's coming out of SPLOST, so I'm good with it.
All right. There are no further questions. Can I entertain a motion to approve this item?
So moved.
Second.
All right,
Ms. Lindeck, sir?
one of them. We'll get them into shape. All right, let's vote, ma'am.
Okay.
I thought my colleague, Mr. Clark, was on.
This is gonna back you up.
It's unanimous.
Thank you,
We're
ma'am.
now at 4, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Lawrence Brennan requesting commission approval of persons with criminal histories to Section 140 of Article 5, Chapter 1 of the Charter and Laws of Local Application in the Augusta Richmond County Code.
Mr. Brandon, how are you?
All right, how about yourself? Welcome back.
Yep, thank you. If I could get you to state for the record your name and address, please.
Lawrence Brandon, 445 Fenwick Street, Augusta, Georgia, 30901.
All right, the floor is yours, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. May it please this commission. The language in Chapter 1, Article 5, Section 140A of the Charter of Laws of Local Application under Augusta Richmond County Code is unequivocally straightforward. It provides that the government of Augusta Richmond County shall encourage the meaningful involvement in its operations of all citizens of Augusta Richmond County, particularly those who are members of minority or other traditionally disadvantaged groups, as appointees, employees, and independent contractors. This section goes on to state that the commission shall afford equal opportunities for employment and promotion to all persons, regardless of race, sex, religion, gender, creed, color, or national origin. We do not deny that the types of persons listed in Section 140A are rightly included. Rather, we believe that persons with criminal histories have been wrongly excluded. And so that is why we are here today. First, we asked the question, are persons with criminal histories a disadvantaged group? To answer that question, we look to the gauntlet of barriers that persons with criminal histories face on a continuum: difficulty securing employment, challenges in finding housing, barriers to education, professional licensing issues, restrictions on firearm ownership, loan application denials, child custody issues. Now, as it pertains, that's just to name a few, there are more. Now, as it pertains to Section 140A, we argue that persons with criminal histories are in fact a traditionally disadvantaged group and therefore deserve Section 140A protection. To refute what we all know to be a fact is a moral bankruptcy. To refuse to recognize persons with criminal histories as a traditionally disadvantaged group is a refusal to acknowledge the validity of decades of studies conducted by respectable and reputable social scientists and the institutions they represent. Finally, based upon the language of Section 140A, refusing to codify persons with criminal histories into Section 140A as a traditionally disadvantaged group creates a conflict between our local governing body and the code it is expected to uphold. Therefore, today we are requesting that the Commission amend Chapter 1, Article 5, Section 140A to add the following: persons with criminal histories, not to include persons convicted of violent felonies as defined by the laws of the state of Georgia, who have completed all court-imposed sentences and have been free from criminal involvement within 3 years of applying for employment. We recognize that Chapter 1, Article 5, Section 141 grants this body the authority to amend Section 140. So this is not a matter of can you, rather it is a matter of will you. Lastly, I want to say that we are staunchly opposed to this item going to any other committee. We're requesting a vote because it's a simple vote. It's either this body will approve or will deny, because to deny that persons with criminal histories are a traditionally disadvantaged group is an affront to those persons. And each of you represent these persons. They're in everyone's district. They're in everyone's district. And so just because many of them don't vote, or maybe they may not be able to contribute to political campaigns, does not mean that they should not have protections, because they are a traditionally disadvantaged group. And that's what we're asking for. It doesn't cost the taxpayers any money to approve this. It doesn't cost taxpayers any money. And therefore, why would anyone want to oppose approving adding persons with criminal histories to Section 140A of Article 5 of Chapter 1 of the Charter of Laws and Local Application of the Augusta Richmond Code, except for political reasons. That's the only reason. Because it doesn't cost the taxpayers any money and it's not harming anybody. The Brennan Center of Justice released an article where they did studies and said that criminal justice reforms haven't hurt anybody. It actually helps. It doesn't hurt. I know I only got 5 minutes, so I'm trying to stay within the time frame.
No, you're doing good.
So, but I also want to show this, and this barriers to public assistance hurt women and children. 180,000 women are subject to the lifetime ban on temporary assistance for needy families. So they can't get a job and they can't get any assistance. And so what that does is perpetuates a cycle of poverty. Barriers to employment. More than 60% of formerly incarcerated individuals are unemployed 1 year after release. Those who do find jobs take home 40% less annually. Look here, Mr. Chairman and commissioners and committee members. I have something else that I want to show you.
Well, before you go any
Where
farther,
we at? Where we at?
5 minutes, 30 seconds.
Oh, let's go then. We good.
Okay. Well, thank you
I
for.
welcome the commission's questions.
Yeah, so the floor is open. Does anybody have any questions in regards to this request? Attorney Plunkett, I actually have one for you.
Yes, sir.
In regards to amending our charter as is being requested by this constituent, what is the process there?
I believe it's a vote of 8, but in light of the fact that you have a charter review committee that's going to be engaged in the next probably 2 weeks, I think it would be appropriate to not only have this here, but as the speaker is saying, is that he's really trying to define what the category of traditionally disadvantaged groups are. And so that could be a broader group than, people convicted of crimes.
But well, I guess that's my question is, who sets that category? Isn't that kind of a federal level?
Well, there would be certainly for discrimination issues, gender, sex, creed, things of that nature. But I think this is a broader language. And I think the difficulty is when we start going with including but not limited to language, we're going to be looking at that. But I think it is certainly an appropriate agenda item for your review committee. And I know that there's, I've just made a notation to include that on that segment of that. But I think it would be premature, personally, to do it at this juncture when you have a body that's going to start reviewing it in total in the next several weeks.
Do you think it's appropriate to have any sort of motion to task the review committee with looking at this?
I don't think it's necessary. We've heard the speaker, and I'm in the process of helping the Vincent Institute to kind of create some bylaws, agendas, and things of that nature, and I can certainly incorporate it in that without the necessity of going through a motion.
Okay. Well, please do, Mr. Plunkett.
Done.
Chance to respond to that?
Yes, sir.
Right. Section 140 is unequivocally straightforward. Traditionally disadvantaged groups, and it's not that I'm trying to broaden the definition. I don't think, like, say if someone was to challenge this and say, well, the Augusta government is not operating in accordance with its own statute, and they were to take it to court, you're not going to find a judge in the United States of America who, if that jurist has not been corrupted, that's going to say a person with criminal histories are not a traditionally disadvantaged group. You're not going to find that unless that jurist is completely corrupted, politically corrupted.
Frankly, I think your timing is pretty good in regards that we are about to start an entire charter review committee to look at our entire charter, and this is an excellent opportunity for those types of changes to be made. So I think that, as the attorney was trying to say, that this would be an excellent item for them to look at. Because the charter as it stands probably will not be the same one that we would be amending anyway. That's what we're looking at is.
Okay.
So that's what the charter review is for.
Okay, I got you. I get it. But all of these committees these items that we bring, they keep going to these committees, and then we don't have access to these committees, and then we see like later on, we see people, challengers coming up here and opposing them, and we don't even get notice that we have opposers. We don't get notice of any of that. We're not privy to a lot of these meetings that are taking place. Like, they're just going to the committees, and
That's the way government unfortunately works in some aspects. We do have a couple of questions. Mayor, see you have.
I'll yield to our general counsel first. I think you.
Well, we also have Commissioner Johnson in before legal counsel.
How you want to do it? You want me to jump in?
No, I'll go ahead. Mr. Brennan, I always appreciate you being here, and this brings up a very interesting point. The Charter Review Committee will be all public hearings, so it won't be anything that's done in the dark, I assure you. And I just want to remind my colleagues that the names should have been submitted by now, that we're ready to get this committee to work. I think I read this morning where several names have been revealed, and I only asked that my colleagues to keep the process moving, because we'd like to, welcome these committee members to the process. So I just ask, if you haven't made a pick, please make a pick so we can move forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Brandon, thank you for coming before the commission. I want to give you an update. I know that the last time you came before the commission, we were speaking a little bit about probation. That item was forwarded over to the Jail Population Committee, and there's active work happening there. You came before us a few weeks prior to that about ban the box, and that issue went before the Jail Population Committee. As a bit of an update from that committee, the committee has created an employment work group, and that employment work group is chaired by our Solicitor General. And as a result of that meeting, there is a policy that is being drafted, it's actually been drafted, and it's going to be coming before the commission soon, to talk about how we address employing those who have been justice impacted. I believe the issue that we had before was ban the box, still gets you to the same point of a person hoping to be employed with a criminal history not being employed because of it. The policy that comes before us would somewhat address that. And so I know we think that these committees slow processes down, but I would say this publicly, and I'll say it any chance I get, is that this Jail Population Review Committee has morphed more so into a criminal justice review committee, honestly. And that's not a bad thing. It's a great thing, because for the first time in a long time, we're having these conversations. And we're having the conversations in a way that brings your sheriff's office, which are at the table, very, very collaborative, your district attorney, your solicitor, your judges, the court administrator, commissioners, the administrator, the deputy administrator. And we're working extremely hard to make sure that something is brought back before the commission to help us get to a better place where serving persons with criminal histories are concerned. I spoke to the HR director last week about it. And so I want to assure you that the work that you bring to that committee is in motion. And I don't want you to think that it is not in motion, because it is. But nonetheless, we hear you. But even before the Charter Review Committee brings back those recommendations, this committee will receive a policy that we're going to have a conversation about. So I just implore you to stay tuned. Those Jail Population Committee meetings are open. If you'd like to come and speak before that committee, we would welcome that opportunity. I know that Reinforce is going to be at the table as a member of that committee. And so just stay tuned, stay in contact, but we hear you, and I can assure you personally that this isn't being kicked down the road and that politics isn't playing a role in this. I'm saying it publicly just as I've said it privately. We want to see this happen. I don't think there's a commissioner up here that don't want to see something like this happen. So, but we have to make sure that we're, letting the process finish itself out. So thank you for coming, and we hope we can get to a better place.
Right. I got one question. I mean, we got to get it.
Well, you also have one question from a colleague, so would you rather hear that, or do you want to get yours out?
To the colleague first.
All right. Commissioner Clark.
Hey, Mr. Brennan, appreciate seeing you so engaged and so passionate about this, and making sure that everyone understands the significance and importance of it. Ms. Bonner, I do want to make sure, can we ensure that Mr. Brennan understands, because he did bring up a point, and I want to make sure that we clear it up. He brought up a point about not knowing when different things are on the agenda, not knowing when we're having meetings. All of these are public meetings. So can you please make sure that Mr. Brennan understands how to find the agendas so that he can know ahead of time, how to, get engaged and which ones to be informed of?
Mr. Brennan is quite knowledgeable. His agenda item requested February 25th, which is today, and it's on here. But he knows that our agendas are on our website and they're posted weekly, right, Mr. Brennan?
Right.
Right. So he's aware, but we haven't taken any action. That's what he's.
Okay,
But
yeah, I mean,
Commissioner Johnson really gave some great updates
Right.
on where he was from his previous request of the commission.
okay, because he had made a point about, different committees happening that he's not knowing about and all that kind of
He's
stuff.
talking about the commission referred it to the Judicial Review Committee, Jail
okay.
Population Committee.
Got it. All right, thank you.
And they handled it from there.
Got it. Thank you.
I'm also speaking, with respect to Ms. Bonner, of course, with respect to Ms. Bonner, and the commission. I'm also speaking of when we brought an issue on October 29th of last year, and we turn on, I just so happened to be on social media, and I see the committee meeting live, and I see the HR director up here opposing what we brought, because she was in favor of banning the box. And I'm like, well, we don't get a chance. We don't get a notice to come and offer a rebuttal. Later on, I see Judge Craig up here opposing what we brought. And I'm like, we don't get a notice to come up here and offer a rebuttal? When these individuals are coming up here opposing what we bring,
Sir,
that's what
sir,
I'm
you need
speaking
to
for.
stay in with the item that you are requested to speak about. You're bringing up things from years past.
No, I'm reaching a point, what they were talking about. That's where, but if you want to say that, fine, but I'm not bringing, it's not that I'm bringing up things, I'm providing you an example of what I was talking about.
But those things were on the agenda to be addressed that day, so there was public notice given. That's what we're trying to say, is there are agendas that are posted each Friday at noon that states what the agenda on the following Tuesday will have, and
Right.
I mean,
Well, appreciate you coming back. But when the CSRA probation was on the agenda, Steve Queen, he didn't have to find out, they called him. What's the difference between Steve Queen and me, or JIRSI, the Justice Impact and Reformation Society, where he gets notice, but we don't? I mean, it's plain and simple, and we can sit up here and we can try to volley all day.
well,
but
it looks like
I have-
there's one more question for you, and then with that, we're going to wrap up this item, because all I'm hearing now, instead of the request being made, you've heard from our attorney, you've heard from multiple colleagues that we are going to address this. I'm not sure how else we can go about getting you to where you want to be. Even if we were to approve it today in this committee, it would not be a done deal. It would have to go to full commission.
That's what I was requesting. That's what we were requesting.
But what I'm saying is the charter that you're wanting to amend probably will not be the same charter that we would be amending.
Right.
And that's why it's really appropriate for it to go to the Charter Review Committee.
And I get that.
I'm not sure you do.
Who else?
Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, again, I appreciate Mr. Brennan coming forward, but I'd like to receive this as information, and with the understanding that, according to the attorney, that this will be something that we bring for the Charter Review Committee. That is upcoming, so stand by, sir. Thank you for everything that you brought.
Second.
Have a nice day.
Without objection, committee? Any objection? All right. Without objection, Madam.
Yes, sir.
That may be it. All right. Well, with that saying, this committee is called to a close.
All right, Madam Administrator, I'd like to bring Engineering Services Committee to order.
Before me?
Oh, I'm ready to move it
Public
forward.
safety?
I just jumped the line, huh? Apologies, rookie mistakes again.
One too many. Good afternoon, Madam Clerk. I call in public safety to order. Do we have any addition or deletion? Thank you. With that, do I have any consent? Anyone? All right.
Madam, I'd like to consent items 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. I do have a question on item number 2.
Okay. So we're going to pull 2, sir?
Yes.
Okay.
Second. Wait. Mayor Pro Tem. I don't know, the Mayor Pro Tem's on public safety. I'll make the motion to approve.
Well,
Oh, but you can't, I need somebody to second. Do we have a second?
just let them vote. We'll see. Let's see who gonna
Second.
vote.
Yes, she is.
Wait, Ms. Scott,
Yes.
are we voting on your consent agenda now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That, Mr. Guilfoyle and Ms. Rice, that motion, or you were number 2?
And myself and Mason. It's only 4 people.
I don't, what you, yeah.
I know.
You're not. You used to be. You're not anymore.
You ain't on.
Okay.
Ms. Scott, Ms.
Mayor Johnson, may I please?
Pulliam.
Yes, Ms. Pulliam.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Commissioner Scott, may I
Yes.
please say
Yes.
something? I apologize. Thank you so much. So in our books, it shows Commissioner Guilfoyle, but on the screen, it shows me, so as a member of this committee. So,
The page is different.
It's different on both sides. What's your point? He on public safety, Wayne.
okay.
Mason,
So it's a misprint on the front of the page.
is Pulliam and Rice.
I've been on here, but there was a mistake. Madam Chairwoman, my apologies for the disruption. So I am on this committee.
So we need a second.
Commissioner Guilfoyle, I believe, should be striked out.
Again.
I've been voting on public safety for the past 6 months.
Yeah, they got 2 different ones.
Well, let's just have the committee, and whoever the road commissioner on the committee will take them off.
I'm out of here.
Okay.
Brandon, don't mess us up.
Commissioner
coming
Pulliam,
back.
please vote.
Okay.
Okay.
All
Let's,
right.
let's see who we have. Okay, who do we have voting?
Item number 2.
We're at number 2 now, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Item number 2, a motion to approve the lease of the old Fire Station 19 located on Sandbar Ferry Road to the East Augusta Brotherhood Association and to authorize the mayor to sign all appropriate documents. Yeah, go ahead.
Chief.
Lacy Pulliam. Catherine Rice.
Okay.
And Scott.
Okay.
No, ma'am, that was from the previous one. So we're on number 2 now. Yes. Okay. I've read the caption. We need to reread. There it is. Mhm.
Commissioner Garrett.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Chief, I have one quick question for you. Is this the same fire station that was currently under lease with the same organization, or is this a different one?
It's the same organization.
Okay.
So they have been occupying the building since 2005.
That's what I thought. The name struck me, and I just wanted to clarify.
So it's kind of a renewal of a 5-year period.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Motion to approve?
Second. Voting, Ms. Bonner.
Yes, ma'am.
We'll have to go back and look at
It's unanimous.
Thank you. I believe that's all for public safety.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Ms. Bonner, I'd like to bring our Finance Committee to order. Are there any additions or deletions?
No, ma'am.
Okay. If we could start with item number 1.
Item 1 is to discuss downtown TIA Transportation Investment Act, requested by Commissioner Jordan Johnson.
Commissioner Johnson?
Thank you,
have
Madam.
the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This item is on this agenda. It kind of struck some by surprise, including myself, but we thought it would more likely be on engineering, but it's on this because it's a funding item, but this concern is more so of a engineering issue, but we're going to address it regardless. I think we're all on the same page with how we can somewhat move forward here. But there were some concerns brought to our attention by some business owners down in the Broad Street area regarding the parking situation that will resort because of the TIA project. Not only just the parking situation in general, but the overall communication and just whatever detail you can think of as it relates to TIA. We had a meeting last night, myself, Mayor Johnson, and Commissioner Wayne Guilfoyle, Mayor Pro Tem Guilfoyle, and Commissioner Clark attended. And it was a very fruitful meeting. We had a discussion with those business owners, and we thought that would be necessary to have them come and speak before us today to share their concerns. And then after they share their concerns, maybe open the floor for conversations, really for our department to share updates about what we've been speaking about internally regarding this project. And so, Madam Chair, if it's okay with you, I'd like to invite Penelope Ballas Stewart to the podium to speak to the concerns of the downtown business owners.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ms. Stewart, would you approach, please? Ms. Stewart is also joined by Dylan Pope from Soleil and the one and only Ed Presnell from Everything in Augusta, right? All right.
Everything.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today and share our concerns with you.
Name and address, please.
You want the business address or personal?
Personal.
Okay, Penelope Ballas Stewart, address is 704 Foster's Court, Evans, Georgia, 30809.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today and share our concerns with you. I represent 4 generations of ownership of Luigi's Restaurant, which has proudly been serving the community since 1949 on the 500 block of Broad Street. Over the years, we, along with many other longtime business owners in the downtown area, have witnessed the ebb and flow of downtown's vitality. Once the center for business, dining, and entertainment, downtown has seen a shift over the years as malls, developments along Washington Road, and areas like Evans, Grovetown, and North Augusta and Aiken have gained traction. Despite these changes, we have remained committed to downtown, believing it would eventually be revitalized. We have weathered the storm and stayed loyal to its rich history and tradition. Now we are seeing signs of that revitalization, with new businesses opening and others investing time and resources into restoring long-abandoned buildings. There's a renewed energy downtown, and we're hopeful for the future. That being said, we are deeply concerned about the project plans we've seen and the issues that have already arisen during the construction work happening around us. We strongly feel these plans, if carried forward as currently proposed, will negatively affect us and many other businesses. First and foremost, parking. We are already experiencing a parking deficit downtown. Losing any parking spaces, particularly on Broad Street, would be detrimental to our businesses. I challenge you to drive downtown on Broad Street during peak lunch hours or on Friday and Saturday evenings. Parking is scarce and people are already resorting to parking on medians or illegally on side streets and Ellis Street. While we understand the need to rework the lanes on Broad Street and reduce the number of driving lanes, we must ask, is a bicycle lane really more important than parking directly in front of storefronts? We appreciate the revisions to add some parking back into the plan, but the net result is still a loss of spaces. We've been told for years that this project would add parking to Broad Street, so to now find out that it will do the opposite is deeply concerning. Going from 800 parking spaces to around 650 is unacceptable. We respectfully ask you to revisit these plans again, consider postponing bicycle lanes and reducing any additional green space in the center of Broad Street so that we can have our parking returned. Secondly, staging and project timeline. We have also heard concerns regarding staging of this project, and we agree what some of you have already pointed out. As discussed with a few of you last night, we urge you to ensure that Broad Street project doesn't commence until the projects currently underway are completed. With so many roadways under construction downtown, it's become easier to avoid the area altogether than to navigate the maze of detours. Once the Broad Street project does begin, we ask that it be executed in the most efficient way possible, minimizing the impact on our businesses, and implement aggressive signage to help guide people to public and deck parking, along with the creation of additional parking in areas that aren't adjacent to the parking decks. Thirdly, communication, or more accurately, the lack of communication regarding this project. From the very beginning of the project's inception, it seemed there was little or no communication between the designers and the business owners and residents who would be directly affected. It would have been helpful to engage us early on, meeting with owners block by block to understand our needs and concerns. While we appreciate the opportunity for dialogue now, the communication has been lacking, especially once the project started. We frequently find ourselves surprised by road closures or inaccessible alleyways without any warning. This lack of communication is unacceptable, especially given the tools we have at our disposal in the digital age. Moving forward, as the Broad Street project begins, it will be essential for us to be informed well in advance. We need clear notifications on when work will start, what areas will be impacted, and what steps we can take to mitigate negative effects on our businesses. So far, the communication from the project engineers has been insufficient, and we request a better strategy. Perhaps a committee or liaison could be established to keep us updated via regular group emails or meetings. This project will undoubtedly be challenging, but without proper communication, it's difficult to prepare and understand the full extent of the impact. We need to be equipped to navigate this change. Thank you again for your time and for hearing my concerns today. I hope you will take our appeals seriously and consider the long-term well-being of the businesses and residents on Broad Street. We know you have the power to address these issues, and we sincerely hope you will. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stewart. Thank you so much. We appreciate you for coming. The only thing I'm not happy about is you didn't bring any Italian food. If you don't mind, you could have stayed at the podium. We may have some additional questions for you or someone, but I want to get Dr. Malik up or John Usry, one or two from the department. I want to reiterate that we have been in some pretty robust conversations with the department about the communication, about parking, and I think this is a good opportunity for us to have an open dialogue, get the summers off. So, John Usry.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, and Administrator. So I think what I'd like to do is I have a short presentation that I'd like to present, and the purpose of this is to make sure everybody's on the same page and we're all talking about the same thing. It's not, my opinion, someone else's opinion, what you've heard, what you've seen. So I'd like to start off with that, and then after that, they do address several of the comments that were just given, and then we can discuss anything else that we would like to discuss. I have a short presentation. It's only 5 or 6 slides. I know we've been here a while, so I will keep this brief. To start off with the impact of the parking and where we have issues and you know, what we've learned from our various studies and things we've done in the past, I'm going to go over that a little bit, and then we'll move forward. Between the turn of the century, or the year 2000, and now, 3 different parking studies that I'm aware of have been conducted for downtown Augusta. The most recent was concluded in 2017, 2018. Even though they were done in years apart, the results are consistent between these most recent parking studies. They all show us the same things kind of over and over. The current 2025 traffic patterns have remained mostly the same, but in this area, so we feel that the 2018 study is still valid and still represents the current condition of downtown Augusta. I will briefly go over to 2018 study results and recommendations as they apply to us today. The first slide that I have showed you here is a map of downtown Augusta. The results of the parking impacts are shown below. This exhibit shows the parking impacts on a typical weekday during the lunch hour, so about in the middle of the day. Just for clarification, the red are the areas that are impacted. There's a kind of an orange color in there, and that color is that parking is being utilized correctly. The yellow is it's underutilized, and the blue shows us where hardly anybody actually parks. So as I go through these next couple of slides, you'll see the red, the orange, the yellow, and the blue. And it kind of starts at red as most severe and goes down to blue as least severe. As you can see, on a typical weekday downtown around the lunch hour, there are several blocks, mostly between 8th and 12th, that have impacted parking along Broad and some of the nearby side streets. But if you get on, you know, anywhere sort of off Broad Street or off the side streets that are immediately adjacent to Broad Street, you see that the parking is vastly underutilized in those areas. This next slide shows a typical weekday during, I just said during dinner hours, but this specifically is what occurs on a daily basis about 7 p.m. in the evening, when most people would be going downtown to either enjoy some of the amenities or going out to eat. So these first 2 slides are the weekdays. This third slide is the weekend during the middle of the day, again about the lunch hour. You can see that it remains pretty consistent, that you know, there are certain sections of Broad Street that have parking impacts, but you know, there's other areas that are nearby that do not. And then lastly, this is a map that shows what happens on a weekend during the evening. So again, about 7 o'clock or so. And so one thing I think you all notice that's consistent between all of these is there are certain sections of Broad Street that seem to be impacted most any time of day, mostly between 8th Street and either 12th Street or 13th Street, depending on the time of day. You can see that on all of these slides, and I'd be happy to go back through them if you want to see them again, or I could provide this to the clerk to present to the commission as a whole so you can view this on your own. You know, once you get past 8th, the traffic parking impacts lessen quite a bit. Lastly, this parking study that was done in 2018, it recommends the following items be taken to help assist with, you know, some of the parking challenges that are in downtown Augusta. To better manage the available street parking, either with time parking, and enforcement is a big piece of that. So that's why I brought that up in this particular slide, is I can put up all the signs in the world, but if nobody's gonna cite anybody, it doesn't matter. And then the other one, the other recommendation is metered parking. The Augusta Engineering Department has brought this item to the commission prior. I don't know if there's anybody on the current commission now that was still here when we brought this. This was several years ago, so the commission at the time was not in favor of any sort of paid parking program, so they chose not to move forward. So you know, we have what we have, which is you know, kind of the status quo is how it's always been. We improve signage to direct vehicles to other nearby areas that are underutilized. And again, in the maps, they show there are several areas within a block or 2 blocks that are underutilized. Encourage better utilization of parking decks that are rarely used. We have 3 or 4, depends on how you want to look at it, but there are definitely 3 parking decks in the downtown area that could be utilized for parking, so people could, park in those places that are not on the street. The city owns the deck that is at 9th and Reynolds. That's managed by the Marriott, but the city owns that deck. The city also owns the deck in front of the new Cyber Center that's on 11th and Reynolds. And then there is the school district deck, parking deck, that's off of Ellis and 9th. That one can be utilized in the anytime after 5 and on the weekends. So it wouldn't really help us too much during the daytime hours, but definitely in the evening and the weekend hours, that deck can be utilized. They do share that with the public. One issue, why the traffic is so impacted on Broad and within those 4 blocks or so, is there are a lot of people who go down there and work down there, and they park in those public parking spaces on the street, and they just sit there all day long while they're at work. Or I can even point out to you, if you went out with me today, I could point out to you a group of people that park on Broad Street every day and then catch a shuttle and they go down to SRS. So there are employers who utilize the free parking, the free public parking on the street in that section of Broad Street. One of the suggestions in this study was to work with local downtown business owners to provide off-street parking, off-street employee parking areas, whether that they get some sort of credit and they use the decks, or there's a lot that is built on a surface somewhere. Just get them off the street, out of the parking stalls on the street, so those can be utilized by patrons that want to come down and use the businesses. That was one of their recommendations, and this was a recommendation for far in the future, and it was mentioned earlier, is that provide another downtown parking structure within a 5-minute walk or within about 2 blocks of the area that is most affected along Broad Street. Lastly, regarding some of the TIA Broad Street improvements that were just addressed, as part of the funding requirements for this project, all traffic items needed to be brought up to the current standards. The current travel lanes, the current parking stalls, and ADA access or handicap access is substandard throughout downtown. From what I understand, the last time that Broad Street was sort of reworked was in the 80s, and the vehicles that you drove in the 80s are not the vehicles we drive today. Pickup trucks only had 2 doors and they had a bench seat. They didn't have 4 doors and extended cabs and all this and that. So pickup trucks have gotten a lot longer. SUVs, I don't even know if they were a thing in the 80s, and if they were, they weren't nearly as popular as they are today. Family sedans, again, have grown in size. The Toyota Camry you would have bought in 1980 is completely different than the Toyota Camry you would buy today. So cars have gotten quite a bit bigger and more luxurious over the last 40 years or so. And so for the parking stalls specifically, every single parking stall on Broad Street that is there today does not meet current standards. They are all too narrow, they were all too short, they are all too close together. So just for the record, I want to make this understood, that if the Augusta Engineering Department did nothing but go through, resurface Broad Street, and repaint everything back to current standards, we would lose several hundred parking stalls just by doing that, regardless of anything else. And so according to the rules that we use when we use these types of fundings to improve projects like this, we have to bring everything up to current standards. And so, we have to bring it up to the current standards so somebody with a extended cab Ford F-150 XLT can park downtown and not have to worry about getting in, getting out, getting hit, those types of things. As part of the funding requirements in county ordinances, green space is required for aesthetic purposes and stormwater runoff. And Dr. Malik could talk to you more about that. That's not really my area, but those are also required. It was discussed earlier, is a bike lane really more important than parallel parking? And so this bullet point sort of considers that. Traffic, and that's in quotes, and I did that on purpose, must consider and plan for other types of transportation for more than just vehicles. We refer to it in my line of work is multimodal transportation. In other words, we want to make downtown inviting for somebody other than for people that are in a car. We need to improve pedestrian access and walkability. We need to improve the look. We need to improve the ability to get on a bicycle and ride around downtown. And this is part of an overall concept and an overall plan that we've been working on for years. This street is going to have bike lanes on it. Telfair Street will have bike lanes on it. There's the Riverwalk. The new 13th Street bridge that is going to be built by GDOT will have improved pedestrian and bicycle facilities. So if you think of it as a whole, as the picture as a whole, you'll be able to basically get on a bicycle and ride around the outline of downtown and right through the middle of downtown on Broad Street and cross the river on the bridge at 13th Street, go to the SRP Park, go to the Greenway, excuse me, and everything will connect in a way it does not connect today. That's very important for, regardless of your party, regardless who's the president, our government has been pushing for this for a long, long time, is how do we get people out of cars? How do we make it so it's inviting for them to do something else other than drive and park and walk 10 feet and get in their car and drive and park, walk 10 feet. So this is part of the overall picture that we're trying to accomplish with this, all of these projects, but Broad Street in particular. And that kind of goes with the last point. So that's what I have for today as far as the presentation. I'll address the communication a little bit. There are two ways we communicate information regarding these projects. The contractor is required by the contract that they sign with us that they have certain communication that they're responsible for. Those mostly the door-to-door communication, the letters that they mail, the little door hangers that they put on. But as far as what we're responsible for, we have a website. If you go back and look at that website, other than during the period during the hurricane when we were all busy doing other things, we updated that website at least monthly, and sometimes if the project was in the middle of a delicate stage, it was weekly or bi-weekly. So we did communicate through the website. I have access to the city's press notification system. If there's a closure or a detour, I put it out on there. Anybody that's subscribed to it will get a text or get an email that it's coming up. I really hope the news picks it up. I see a lot of Columbia County stuff on the news. I put stuff out. I don't see my stuff on the news. I don't know why. You have to ask them. But it's there, and I do put it out. And then the other one is the Augusta Utilities Department has made available their social media liaison. I don't know her title, but she helps me put everything on Facebook and on Instagram and all of that. So I don't do social media, but she helps me with all of that. And so that's how we communicate a lot of these issues that we, or a lot of the upcoming events that we do. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I have some colleagues in the queue. I believe it's Commissioner Guilfoyle, Mayor Pro Tem Guilfoyle. You're up.
To be truthful, I was going to wait patiently for District 1 Commissioner to respond to anything, but.
I don't have a problem. I was just wondering.
No, I was actually bound because that's your district, but I do have my list of questions.
Yeah, go for it.
But I wanted to follow behind you, sir.
Okay, thank you. So that was a pretty high-level explanation of everything that we've been dealing with. I'm sure there are follow-up questions and statements from Ms. Stewart, I can tell, so we're going to get to those, granted our chair. Can you speak very briefly about you and the design team going back to the table to identify additional parking? Well, not really identify, but level setting what we're set to lose. And then we've also spoken pretty briefly about making Ellis Street one-way and restriping Reynolds. Can you talk to us a little bit about that before we take some other questions?
Yes,
And
sir.
then I'm out of the queue on this one for now.
Yes, sir. Thank you for bringing that up. So yes, after the stakeholder meeting we had a couple weeks ago, we did hear the complaints and the concerns of the business owners that were at that meeting. And so we did go back to our design engineer and asked him to look at the plans again to see if we could add parking spaces back in. Like I mentioned before, we definitely want to create a warm environment, a lot of landscaping, a lot of things that are pleasing to the eye to look at to attract people to downtown Augusta. But we did go back and ask them to maybe rebalance what they had done in the first place and look, can we add back in parking? We just had a meeting with him yesterday, and he's presented his proposal. We fine-tuned it over the consultants in Atlanta, and so we fine-tuned that over a Zoom call. And so he's going to present his final proposal back to us for us to review. So we're in the process of adding back in additional parking spaces. As far as Ellis Street, former Commissioner Sean Franham had talked to me years ago about could we take Ellis Street and convert it into a one-way street. As the traffic engineer, I would recommend that change. I think it'd be a great idea. Ellis Street is a street, but it acts like an alley. Dumpsters and just it's a lot of entrances to the back of buildings and things like that. It doesn't really behave from a traffic point of view like a street would. And so I would welcome that change. There's definitely something we could do. I did look at that, and I didn't have a chance to lay it all out. But typically, when you make a street a one-way street, we could take one side of the Ellis or the other. We could go from parallel parking, which takes up a lot of room because you got to be able to back in and out and you maneuver, to angle parking, which is allows you to have more parking in a smaller space. And we could take the number of parking places on Ellis, and we could, on average, 30 to 40%, you could have an increase in whatever's there today. So those are things we definitely could consider as we move to the future. Another thing that Commissioner Johnson and I discussed was Reynolds is a 4-lane road. It doesn't really have the volume to warrant 4 lanes, at least at this time. So that road could undergo what we would call a road diet, or we would reduce the number of through lanes. And again, we could do things with that. We could add angled parking if it's wide enough. We could add at least parallel parking in certain areas to increase the amount of available parking in downtown.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Guilfoyle is allowing Commissioner Garrett to go first. Commissioner Garrett.
Such a nice guy.
You are. Thank you, Madam Chair. This question is for Mr. Ostry as well. So you mentioned that the contractors are responsible for putting out door hangers, going door to door. I was actually watching the response by, I don't remember your name. And she seemed shocked at that, which tells me that she nor any of the others sitting in the audience have ever received anything. And so who in the city or in your department is enforcing what the contract says and what the contractor is supposed to do in regards to this communication?
We have 2 project managers that are managing all the TIA projects, and that is their responsibility.
Mm-hmm. So other than the, good afternoon, contractor, actually engineering staff also notified the business owners. At the last meeting we have, actually staff notifies the owners, or if they're not there also we deliver the information to DDA, and they communicated whatever they mean, how. In addition to that, we are constantly working with the DDA and the Chamber of Commerce to communicate all these projects.
Okay, can I pause there? So does the contract state that they're supposed to deliver it door to door, as Mr. Ostry said, or are they supposed to deliver the information to the DDA?
No, they're supposed to communicate with the area they're working with those stakeholders. The DDA and the chambers, as a department, we are communicating with them.
Okay. Well, I think that definitely just by the reaction in the room, I think that communication definitely needs to be looked at, because I don't think it's happening. But that's just from what I'm reading in the room.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
And also, Mr. Usher, you mentioned this desire and this need for, as you're designing things and this entire design, to have more green space, to have more landscaping, to, make a softer feel for the hardscapes downtown. So once all of these green spaces and landscaping are in place, what's the plan for maintaining them?
I'm going to turn that over to him.
Because this is not a new question, is it, Dr. Malik?
Yes, sir. So the short-term plan is we'll be building the project as we're building and all that, for 3-4 years. But the long-term plan really is to, this body has to look at to either, the proposal previously was discussed about the parking metering and generated revenue that will be dedicated to the downtown to, put it back.
Okay.
Back to the green space, the city has a stormwater discharge permit issued by EPA, PD, and there are certain requirements of water quality, and that also applies to the road project. So we are required to do certain control measures on that. So this is the best way for us, instead of requiring a lot more right away and address through other control measures, convention, we just try to blend some of the requirements in this and not justify, but show compliance to the permit.
So do we have any sort of rough estimate what the additional cost to the city will be to maintain all of these new landscaped areas?
So, most of this area already been landscaped, and city is responsible one way or other to maintain, and that's the discussion, is ongoing. It was previously maintained by another department and then transitioned to the engineering in late 2023, and still that discussion is ongoing, and I'm sure administrator is working on an updated plan, which she's going to bring it to this body, so.
All right. Madam Administrator, I'm really hoping that you're listening to this conversation because, these projects will be done in the next year or two, and we're going to have to plan for these additional costs somewhere. And I'm really hoping that some of the choices made for the landscaping will be very low maintenance. Yeah, I'm just hoping that this is part of the conversation moving forward as well.
Yes, that's right.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Garrett. Mayor Pro Tem Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Malik, Mr. Ushery, last night we went and met with the business owners and investors downtown at 5 o'clock. Luigi's opened up their doors and Penelope hosted it, and we had a lot of good conversation. It was not a beat-up session at all. It was a session of concerns, things that we could improve, things that we could implement to make it better for the end user, which we all want. We want to see a thriving downtown. The communication, where you said that the contractor goes door to door, and Malik had said that the information goes to the DDA. Margaret Woodward was there last night, and apparently that's not happening. And the communication, especially for the businesses downtown, is no different than 6 months ago when I called Dr. Malik about 13th and Reynolds Street, that the business owner called me, hey, we shut down. What can we do? And I reached out, and naturally that business was hurt for about a week, and then he was finally opened back up. And then 2 weeks later, the contractor came back and tore up what they put in, so he was out again. We have to require our contractor to have better conversation with the business owners. If we're going to be doing this block next week, let's get out this week and let them know what the impact's going to be. Let's put out the signage. If you want me to give you a copy of my notes, I'd be happy to. Let's put out signage, not only for the business owners, but for the customers and the vendors that's delivering material and product to these stores or restaurants. As far as the parking spaces, I think it's in the hands of the design engineering drawings right now. Any parking space that we have now should be that amount in this finished drawing. Anything less would be unacceptable because I see the green space in there. You know, the green space is nice. Augusta Richmond County, if we didn't have the stormwater program in place, we wouldn't do a too good job of maintaining it. This is not beating up on you, John Ushery, or Dr. Malik whatsoever. It's just our reputation. We don't do a good job on that side of the fence. We always come up, well, somebody else should have done it. Well, I think we'd be better off focused on making sure, and I believe the commission's behind this, that we've been focused the last 12, 14 years on making downtown grow. We somewhat accomplished it. And y'all are the finishing touches to this paint picture that we painting, and we want to make sure it's done right. As far as the side streets, these Green Street, Ellis, I had it actually written down, Green Street, Jones, Ellis, is to put out lights. John, I know you're great at putting up street lights, and it's for the safety factor of, you know, you said where you was talking about convenient people just want to walk 10 feet, get out of the car. But I've been downtown plenty of times, but it's not convenient when you got to have your wife with you, park a block and a half away, and you walking through dark areas, which you shouldn't be walking. And it's actually scary, but lights naturally bring safety. So can we somewhat, that might be in your plan for all I know.
So, yeah, specifically with the streetlights, all of the TIA projects include upgraded lighting.
Yes, sir.
All of the lighting downtown is been around for 30, 40, 50 years.
Right.
And so the technology is old. All the new projects will have LED lighting. It'll be much brighter than it is today, and along all of those streets.
Okay. As far as the construction downtown, if we do, we can't afford to do all 3 roads at one time. This is probably a Dr. Malik question, but I think what it'll be best, I know that with the company that we have doing it, the contractor, it's probably for them to do all 3 at the same time is probably cost saving for them, increased profit for them as well. It's just the end user, the residents as well as the business owners downtown. Why can't we do one street, finish it, and then move to the next?
So let me give, that's a good question. Let me give a quick update on the TIA projects we already have started, and then I can address your question. The 5th Street project, it is about 75% or so complete. Mm-hmm. The reason for the delay in that project was we've been working with the Augusta utilities. There was some sewer repairs that they wanted. So, you know, before we resurfaced the road, we didn't want to resurface it, rip it up and resurface it. So right. there was a delay, but we expect that project, the resurfacing part of that project to be substantially complete prior to the Masters. 6th Street is done. 13th Street is also almost completed, and we expect it to be open and all lanes open and ready to go prior to the Masters. Telfair Street is probably the least along in its total completion, and they're starting all the subsurface work, storm drain and sewer repairs. They've started that this week, so that one still has a ways to go. Green Street is under construction in Old Town, so that's 5th to East Boundary. That one is a little over halfway done. We're expecting that project to be complete late summer or early fall. And so we intentionally had the contractor who's working on Broad Street start at the 15th Street side and not start down where the Green Street project is. So there should be little to no overlap of those 2 projects. The Green Street project should be substantially complete in other than maybe landscaping and some other minor things prior to the Broad Street contractor being in the heart of downtown Augusta, right. if that makes sense.
So, Mr. Ushery, if you can, one, to recap what we were speaking about, because what the presentation you did was nice. It was a 2018 model. But if I could have had bought 3 buildings downtown in 2018, I could probably have doubled my money in 2025 because everybody wants to be downtown. So communication, I think what you're going to have to do is lean on your contractor. They under contract to make sure that they reach out to the vendors, the property owners, and the storefronts. 2, the signage from the contractor. That's one of his job to be done. As far as parking, the parking's a big issue. We're going to need to make sure that we require that the engineer design draw to make sure that we have equal, if not more, parking than what we have now. The other thing is the street lights put you on top of that with no problem. I appreciate you doing that. And whatever the District 1 Commissioner Jordan Johnson was talking about, the one-way streets, I think that'd be a great idea too. So, Mr. Ursher, thank you, and no, thank you.
Thank you, sir. If you mentioned if you would send me your notes, if you send
I
those
would
to
be
me,
happy to. I will share it to you.
I'd be happy to take a look and I can reply.
You going to respond to me and say thank you? Received and noted is what Dr. Malik says.
Received and noted. How's
Yes.
that?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Guilfoyle. Commissioner Jordan Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Malik and Director Usry and Mayor Pro Tem Guilfoyle. I want to ask 3 questions and then we'll move on. We'll be able to take a vote or whatever. Number 1, when you mentioned compliance, you said that the parking stalls right now are not up to standard. Is that federal standard? What standards are we thinking? Are we basing that off of?
So the simple answer is a state standard, but they're based on a federal standard.
Okay. And what's the risk involved that we don't? You said if we just went in today and made those areas up to standard, we would still lose spots. What would be the ramifications if we didn't do that? Because what I'm hearing is if we want to keep the parking spaces how they are right now, because of state standard, we wouldn't be able to do that regardless. So is that built in? Is that standard requirement built into TIA? Is it? I mean, help me understand like where we stand with this whole notion of bringing our parking up to standard.
So anytime you have a new project, I think state or federally funded, you have to have a really good reason not to bring things up to standard. As far as the parking spaces and the current ones, if you go out on a weekend and you look at the diagonal parking in the middle of Broad Street, let's just say the 1100 block or the 1200 block, you will notice that their people are either barely fit inside their parking space, or if they have a larger vehicle, they take up 2 parking spaces, or depending on how they park.
Or the fire hydrant.
And so so it's a safety issue at that point. You're not inviting people to come downtown if you think your vehicle is going to get hit because you were trying to park in a space that's too small for the vehicle you were driving. So it's kind of a two steps there. One, it's a necessity and it should be done because that's just anytime you upgrade something that's has been around as long as Broad Street, you want it to meet all the standards that you can because there's a reason why those standards have changed. So, and then the other one is, it is a condition of the funding that we have to bring up. We take everything and we have to bring it up to current code and current standards.
Okay, so just to be clear, this is not an Augusta Engineering Department decision. This is something that we're bound by because of state funding and state statute.
I believe so. And then as far as where we get the standard that you asked about earlier, yeah, the federal government says they should be about this size, and then the state of Georgia actually has a specification for how parking's supposed to go.
All right, 2 more things, and then I'm gonna pass it. Very quickly, you mentioned that the plan was drawn around like 2017, 2018. I know that there are some additional businesses, maybe 10 or more, that have opened since then. Do we think that we need to have an amended parking study done, taking into consideration the additional businesses and corporations that have opened on the Broad Street corridor?
So, to be honest, even if we were able to get back to the same number of spaces, which would be a challenge, but I'm not going to tell you that's what we can do. But anyway, let's just assume for a minute we could. There is still parking issues in portions of downtown, and the answer isn't let's put in more parking spaces. The answer is we need to better manage what we already have. That's the answer to, that will solve most of the issues that we've been discussing with the business owners.
Okay.
And in this, we either need to do something that I can do as your traffic engineer, which is time limit the parking and then have enforcement, or we need to have some sort of managed program where you pay to park.
Last
The whole-
thing.
I'm sorry.
Sure, go
And the whole point is to have parking spaces that are available. If I wanted to go to Luigi's, and I shouldn't expect to park right in front of it, but I should expect to be parked reasonably close. And there needs to be spaces available for me to do that. And when you have no time limit on your, there's no management and there's no time limit, I can park there all day, go to North Carolina and come back, and my car's still there, and there's nothing you could do about it. There's nothing I can do about it. There's nothing the enforcement can do about it. So that's really the kind of the linchpin in this whole conversation, is we need to manage it in some way to improve the turnover so there's spaces available for people that want to patron these businesses.
Okay, last thing. Can you work with the administration, or administration, can you work with the department to provide the full commission next week or whatever you deem appropriate, Ms. Allen, a plan forward to do a digest for Reynolds, a plan for or some type of mapping or whatever, for the Ellis Street one-way and diagonal parking there, and bring us something back that we can look at as far as free timed parking or some type of timed parking, just to kind of help usher people in and out of downtown properly, that we can manage internal, especially around this construction project. And I think what that can do is, while we still try to flesh out the other concerns that business owners have in downtown, at least the commission can start working on some long-term fixtures where parking is concerned. So I'll make that in the form of a motion for this committee, to have the administration work with the department on a digest for Reynolds Street, one-way moving Ellis Street to one-way, and then what would timed parking look like on Broad Street?
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Do I have a second? And then I'm going to go to to Administrator Allen, Commissioner Garrett, if you don't mind, and then to Commissioner Garrett. Is there a second on Commissioner Johnson's motion?
Second.
Okay, I have a second. Administrator Allen?
I just want to ask Commissioner Johnson if we could look at 30 days. John, would that be sufficient?
Ma'am, yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
Okay.
we just want to make sure that it's done right, Ms. Allen. Whatever time y'all need, I think we should be good. But in the meantime, we really need to double down on making sure that the contractors are communicating with the business owners, even if it's a monthly meeting or whatever. I think it needs to happen, because last night's issues came out and they were very eye-opening. So I'm fine with that time frame. But in the meantime, we also would need you to work with the department and the business owners to make sure that communication is up to par. I mean, because even living down there, I received a notice in my mailbox, but the parking situations and just how construction throws things off is really, I mean, we know it's going to be a mess, but I think we can lessen the blow. But anyhow, that's all.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner Garrett?
Thank you. This question is also for John, and I'm hoping I can kind of add it on to Commissioner Johnson's request and his proposal. But you mentioned that you're currently kind of working through where you could add more spaces. As that plan becomes more solid, can you also provide that to the commission as well, so we have a better idea of how many spaces that we're able to say will actually be downtown?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garrett. The motion stands. Are you going to, was there a request to add something, Commissioner Garrett?
Just the updated parking space numbers and what it looks like.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm in that. Yeah.
Okay.
Just add it to the motion.
All right. So we have a motion, and then it was seconded by Commissioner Guilfoyle. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we're voting.
That motion carries. Mr. Mason absent.
Thank you, Ms. Bonner. Item number 2.
Motion to approve the February 11, 2025 Finance Committee meeting minutes.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? No, we're voting.
It's unanimous.
That concludes Finance Committee.
Ms. Bonner, I think I'm clear to go now, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'd like to bring the Engineering Services Committee to order. Ms. Bonner, are there any new additions or deletions?
We have one addition. I think you have your addendum agenda. You have it, sir?
I don't have it, Ms. Bonner. Thank you.
Here.
Okay.
Let's see who don't have one.
Committee members, any objections adding this addendum item to the current agenda?
No objection, Chair, just a parliamentary inquiry from our attorney. Attorney Plunkett, would it be in order to address this issue during the unsolicited proposal window, or are we able to to talk about this today? Would this be considered an unsolicited proposal?
No, because this is being made at the request of the, my understanding is it's being made at the request of the city to pay that way, so it's not a request of the city. I think it's the other way around. At least that's what I'm interpreting it, based on the backup.
Okay, well, we'll discuss it. We'll determine that when we discuss it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Ms. Bonner, I'd like to consent 1 through 10 with pulling this addendum item as a separate discussion. Mr. Chair. Yes, ma'am.
The administrator request item 8 be deleted.
Okay. All right, so I'd like to submit for consent items 1 through 7 with deleting item 8 and 9 and 10 as well for consent. And the addendum, pull that for discussion.
Okay. So, Ms. Okay. Mr. Johnson? I'm sorry. It's unanimous.
All right, Ms. Bonner, if you could read the addendum for us.
Addendum is to discussion regarding community stakeholders prepared to provide 50% of funding with the City of Augusta supplementing the other 50% to refurbish the landscaping and trees within the gateway of Wheeler Road from I-20 through Bobby Jones corridor. Requested by Mayor Johnson.
All right, Mayor Johnson, you want to expound on this, sir?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is an item that was brought to my attention by one of Augusta's greatest community stakeholders, in that through the Community Foundation, they have maintained 5 of our most important gateways. They have identified since Hurricane Helene, I think he said 80% of the trees on Wheeler Road were destroyed as a result of the hurricane. And he's proposing to replace those trees if the city is willing to pay for 50% of the trees. They would cover the cost of installation. Keep in mind that this group also maintains the corridor on near the airport. They also maintain the corridor, I think, down in East Augusta, down at the corner of Sandbar Ferry Road, and several others. So I think it's a reasonable ask. I'd like to have Dr. Malik up because I know they buy a lot of trees, and certainly I don't know the cost of trees, but I would ask him to look at the cost of these trees and make sure it's to the city's advantage to take our community stakeholder up on this ask, because it is to the tune of $33,460 to replace the trees in the Wheeler Road corridor, and he wants to do this prior to Masters, so we can beautify that corridor. So I guess the city's responsibility will be half of that, which is around $17,000. Dr. Malik? I know we've been buying a lot of trees down in as a result of the TIA project, and looking at this proposal, is this probably within normal terms of the cost of trees to replace in the Wheeler Road corridor?
Good afternoon. Yes, sir. We as a department can look into that to see. So ask is like $13,000 something. We do have our actually project in the same corridor right now. We're about to do the construction as a federal funding from I-20 all the way to Dr. Hospital. So we can look into how we can make it work. So city share is
$17,000, and that's from Bobby Jones Expressway all the way to Walton Way, I think. This is down the Wheeler Road corridor.
Yeah, I believe that's primary landscape area is beyond between Dr. Hospital and I-20.
Okay.
Yeah, yes, sir. Yeah.
And is it correct that the Community Foundation through Barry Story has been maintaining that gateway?
Yes, sir. Yeah, and the engineering assisted the same group back on the Doug Bernard 2 years back. They have some issues with irrigation system. So let me go look it back where we can pull this money. I'm sure we can make it work. If it's 17,000,
Yes,
that.
Okay, all right. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Dr. Malik. We got some colleagues in the queue. District 1, Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess this is more of a question for just the invoice here, the estimate here. It doesn't really give a number of the amount of trees that they're going to replace. And so I think that'd be helpful to understand too. And I guess my only other question is, does this require us to bid, or are we able to just enter into an agreement with this company for this type of service? Will we have to bid that out? Is there any procurement policy that we would be violating in terms of this? I guess that's a Malik or a Jim Plunkett question.
So as I mentioned, previously our assistant is through our on-call contracts. So we work with them to how to make it work, to make sure it's the right material and all that, but it's not going to be providing them funds. Probably we're going to be providing the material like trees and all that through our on-call purchases.
Mr. Plunkett?
If it's in-kind services, which I think is what Dr. Malik is saying, then I think that would be okay. If it is cash that's being done, I think you would probably have to go through some type of procurement process.
Is this in kind or is this cash?
It appears to be, I just saw the agenda item, it appears to be a cash request.
Okay. I like the concept. I think it's great, but I want to make sure that we're not, stepping on any landmines here. So could we, Mr. Mayor, could we have this brought back to the full committee, the full commission next Tuesday with those questions, having the answers to those questions attached next Tuesday?
Yeah, sure. Before full commission, a week from today?
Yes, sir, next Tuesday.
Yes, sir, we can do that. Make sure. And it's my understanding, it's just the trees that are, and as you write down Wheeler, there's a lot of trees that have been cut. I don't know, I haven't counted them, but we could get clarification on the number of trees and figure out if it's cash or in kind. But let me just say, this organization gives hundreds of thousands of dollars to this government every year by maintaining those gateways. And I think it's a great partnership that we certainly need to continue.
I agree.
So let's try to work to make sure we continue that. Thank you.
So I'll make that in the form of a motion, Mr. Chair.
I'll second.
All right, Ms. Bonner, we have a motion and a second. Can we clarify the motion again?
To refer it to next Tuesday's commission meeting.
Okay.
with the question on whether this is cash or in-kind, and any kind of, the amount of trees that we'll be having replaced, and what policies are we bound to if it is in fact a cash exchange?
Monetary versus in-kind, sir. Is that what you're saying? Okay.
And I wanted to give my colleague from the third an opportunity. I know she was wanting to say a couple things.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, I noticed that, and I called out a number, but there's a good bit of trees down that corridor, and it is a gateway coming off the interstate, and the hurricane did wipe out up to 20-something trees, maybe. I mean, yeah, so, and I do know that this gentleman has given a lot to Augusta and will continue to, so I think this is it's a win-win for the city. Thank you for acknowledging me.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Rice. We're going to have to wait for Commissioner Guilfoyle to get back before we can vote to have a quorum.
Should I make a scene with the camera?
All right, Ms. Bonner, we're ready to vote.
Can I have another point of privilege, if you don't mind?
It's unanimous.
All right, thank you, Ms. Bonner. Ms. Bonner, unless there's any other
I
inclusions.
have a point of privilege regarding this matter.
Yes, sir. Go ahead,
Just
Mr.
for
Mayor.
clarification, and I didn't read this, but this opportunity is to remove all remaining damaged trees. They're going to remove the stumps, backfill with topsoil, tamp and grade, including Palisades zoysia, replace any deteriorated sod. So they're going to rework the entire. It's just not replacing trees. There's a lot of work that this team is offering to help with. So please add that as your consideration as we have this conversation next week. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Bonner, if there's no other inclusions, that concludes the engineering services.